everyone. Today's Tuesday, November 12th, 2024, and we'll call this meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be followed by the invocation.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you for this day, another day that we get to call this beautiful town our home. I thank you for all the residents that live here. I thank you for all of our town staff. And Lord, I thank you for my fellow council members. Lord, I pray that you would bless all of them and keep them. May your face shine upon them, be gracious to them, heal them, draw them close to you, protect them, and bring them peace. Lord, I surrender this night to you. I pray, Holy Spirit, that you would fill this room. We need your presence here, Lord. I pray that you would settle hearts and settle minds. Lord, help us to love each other by seeking the best for one another, and help us not to hate by working against each other, but to love the way that Jesus loved. Lord, I pray a hedge of protection around our town. I pray that you would give us wisdom and guidance as we make decisions tonight. Lord, I pray that your will, not ours, would be done. And I pray that the words of our mouth and the meditations of our heart would always be acceptable to you, O Lord. You are our strength and our Redeemer. All the glory goes to you today and forevermore. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen.
Okay, we'll move on to the regular meeting minutes of 10:08. Are there any changes or anything?
None on staff's end unless council has any.
Is there a motion to adopt? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, we'll move to presentation, celebrations, and recognitions of the month. Today we have a fourth grade student from Michael C. Riley, and her school character trait is acceptance. How about Miss Christina Sanchez? Maybe your teacher or someone wants to come up and say a few words about you and tell us how great you are. You accept the good and the bad, right?
Hi there. My name is Melissa Holland. I'm the principal at Michael C. Riley, and we're here together with her counselor, Miss Tracy, and her teachers, Miss Mendenhall and Miss Beischer. We're so glad you got a whole crew out here to see you. And they wrote a wonderful story about Christina and how much she helps at our school. MC Riley has an inclusive program with many students from backgrounds and different disabilities, and Christina is always there to have a helping hand with them and welcome them to her classroom and help the other classrooms that need that assistance. So we think that's a great example of leadership and kindness and acceptance, and so we're really proud of you, Christina, and I know your family is too.
Bag full of goodies. You want
No,
a
you look
picture?
at me. Melissa, you want to?
Yes, I would love to.
Sure.
All right, excellent.
Good job.
Congratulations. Moving right along. Let's see. Moving into now to public comment. Please listen, or it's public, it's printed on the walls there so we can get all the rules right. During public comment, each speaker is limited to a total of 3 minutes per meeting, regardless of whether the person is speaking on their own behalf or as an agent for others. Meeting attendees may not donate, transfer, yield, or give all or any portion of their speaking time to another person. All public comments are to be conducted from the podium and directed to the town council as a whole and not to any member thereof. All speakers shall be mindful and respectful of those participating in or present at the meeting. Speakers shall be expected to be civil in their language and shall refrain from comment or behavior that involves disorderly speech or action, name-calling, personal attacks, threats, obscene or indecent remarks, and/or disruptive actions. All speakers shall confine their comments to issues under the jurisdiction of town council. Speakers should not use the public comment period to promote or advertise awards, businesses, services, goods, or candidates for public office. Any speaker that violates these rules or protocols for public comment may be ruled out of order by the presiding officer. Any person whose comments have been ruled out of order shall immediately cease and desist from further improper comments. The refusal of an individual to desist from further improper comments may subject the individual to removal from the meeting and/or a citation under Section 2-49 of the town codes. So, first on the list, we have Miss Sharon Brown.
Thank you, Kevin, for getting back to me so speedily.
Good evening, Town Council Sharon Brown, 163 Buck Island Road. Good to see you, Mayor and Emily, at the festivity there, at the thing. So, concerns of the allegation of Chief Babowitz being investigated. On October the 24th, Town Attorney Terry Finger and Town Manager Stephen Steese discussed the affidavit. Town Council also reviewed the documents. On October the 30th, it was made public information that Bluffton Investigates Police Chief for alleged theft, revenge, and lawsuit not revealed, and this stems back all the way to 2008. The town manager, Stephen Steets, will be the leading investigator in which they are treating this as a personal inquiry. But Beaufort County Sheriff Office and SLED led the investigation for 4 officers who were accused for firearm theft. So how does the town attorney, Terry Finger, merit placing the chief, not meriting placing the chief on admin leave, and the town manager, Stephen Steese, becomes the lead investigator and decision maker on treating these allegations as a personal inquiry? This is not his job to investigate a matter that clearly should be led by the Sheriff's Office to conduct an internal investigation and the State Law Enforcement Division so they can look into potential criminal infractions. SLED has been called into investigation on other issues in the PD department, regardless of how small or how major. Why is this one getting such special privileges? These are serious allegations, and I agree with the chief when he said he's going to trust the legal process to bring clarity as the case unfolds and the process runs its course. But the community needs to be assured that it will run its course. So with that said, it is generally considered a significant conflict of interest when a town manager acts as a lead investigator for criminal allegations against the chief of police. And it creates a potential for bias and undermines the appearance of impartiality in the investigation to the level of importance due to the relationship between the town manager and the chief of police. Lastly, I am requesting a meeting with mayor and town manager, both whom are employees of us taxpayers. So this request and all requests to meet with town employees should never be a problem like how it has been with the town manager, who has been very cooperative with minority people in our town. Also, I would like a copy of the revised police policy and procedures that was implemented after Councilwoman Frazier was arrested for incorrect information for her driving record. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful evening. I look to hear back from somebody soon.
Sharon, get with Marcia and she'll set up an appointment.
Marcia,
If you want to meet with me, I'm always available.
I know you are. You are. Thank you.
Up next is Miss Joy Cope.
I'm not Joy, but I'll have to do. She has a horse issues.
I got you.
I'm her husband, Paul.
Okay, Paul.
Mayor Toomer,
Please state your name and address before you start, please, sir.
Paul Coe, 5 Cottingham Road.
You can get it for the record.
Mayor Toomer and Councilman, thank you for giving us the opportunity to voice our concerns about the Grandy Oaks annexation. I would also like to thank all of you who have shown up in support of delaying and perhaps stopping this annexation as it does help to ensure the building of 5B. The big question here tonight is, what do the developer, the town, and the public get as a result of this annexation? The developer gets to combine his properties and eliminates a 50-foot buffer between the town and county, and his wetland buffer is reduced from 50 to 25 feet. Additionally, his access road infrastructure will be paid by us taxpayers. He can have extra wetland removal if he needs it, and he is not required to have a traffic impact study as normally required by the Buckwalter Concept Plan Amendment Review Criteria Section 3.8.3.E. If that wasn't enough, in the end, his $50,000 per acre property will be worth upwards of $1 million per acre. This does not make sense. Our other developers treated the same. The town, on the other hand, does not really seem to benefit much, besides getting a back door through which they can get their beloved 5B built and a larger tax base. Meanwhile, the public, as usual, gets shafted and has to deal with increased traffic, decreased property values, loss of the natural beauty of the area, compromised wetlands, increased flooding, increased noise pollution, and so on. Finally, the animals, who are rarely, if ever, considered, will have yet another habitat area destroyed. Moreover, with the eventual building of 5B, which this annexation will help to force through, the largest remaining wildlife corridor in Bluffton will be decimated. The town is supposedly for protecting these corridors, but it seems in the case of 5B, that is not true. Unfortunately, most of the town council live in the old town and do not fairly represent the areas they have incorporated, such as Buckwalter. Perhaps this annexation shows that all the town council can see are dollar signs and not the quality of lives they are affecting for people who live in this area. You say that this tract is zoned commercial, but Beaufort County would never allow such commercial, as the only access point is Lake Point Drive. I realize that you can't stop development, but you, the town council, have a chance to make a real difference here. Delay the annexation, do a traffic impact study, wait for the watershed study, get public input, and put something in this area that the surrounding communities need, such as a passive park and some affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we got Dr. Adorinami. There you go.
Sir, thank you very much.
Welcome. Welcome.
For letting me come.
Speak your name, please, and your address, if you will, for the record.
Yes, my name is Dr. Oladen. I live at 2 Resting Place here in Bluffton. However, I'm representing the Beaufort County Veterans Office or Veterans Department. We just come to express our appreciation and inform the general public that we just opened a benefit processing office here in Bluffton and on the island. So I'm going to read my note. We want to take this opportunity on behalf of our director, Dr. Caroline Furman, to express our heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Terry Turman and Stephen Stees, our city manager, for joining us on Friday, October 25th, 2024, at the grand opening of the South of the Broad Veteran Service Office, located at 9 Bentonfield Road in Bluffton and 539 William Hilton Parkway on the island. Mr. Mayor, your presence at the event means so much to us. We are truly honored to have your support and the endeavor to continue to serve the veterans in this area. As we just celebrated Veterans Day on November 11, we believe that the commitment of this council to support veterans and our community is evident, and we look forward to working together to positively impact the lives of veterans in our area. This new office is taking a significant step, and with your partnership, we are confident that we believe, no, we can achieve even more for those who have served our country. Most people do not understand how VA operates. VA operates on a three-legged stool. We have the cemetery section, we have the hospital health section, and we have the benefits section. So we are here to address the benefit area where if somebody has served in the service, they have a certain benefit set aside for them that they do not take away from anybody. So when you raise your hand in the service, the VA assumes that when you get out, you're going to be totally disabled. So they set this money aside for every person that ever served in the military. So in order for them to get the benefit they already earned, that's why we work very hard to make sure that we bring the service to Bluffton. Instead of having to drive all the way to Savannah or all the way to Beaufort to get that service. So we are here to assist them in everything that they need to make sure they get the benefit that they deserve. We would love to continue to collaborate with the city to participate in activity or event planned to honor and support our veterans. It will be a privilege to participate in this effort and stand alongside you and our community in recognizing the contribution and sacrifice of our veterans. And I want to take one moment to tell, if we have any veterans in the office, in the room, I want to say thank you very much for your service. Thank you for your time.
I had problems hearing him right then. I knew it was hard for me to understand everything. They opened a new Veterans Affairs office here in Bluffton, down by the rec center, or the, what do they call it now? Off of Benton Road, but it's off of Almer Road. So any vets that need assistance as far as anything really, you can go there, and if they can't do it for you, they can help you. And I think it's a great thing for our community. And thank you for your service.
Thanks, sir.
Next, we have Ian Duncan. Coffee man.
Hello, Council. Ian Duncan, 65 4th Avenue, Bluffton. I'm coming today to see if the town would consider an amendment to the current temporary sign UDO permitting process. Currently, or some of you may know, I recently opened a new shop in the new Riverside Village area. And one thing we ran into is that we can't put any signage out by the road to let people know that we're open, as the temporary signs currently are only for sales of houses, promoting civic, philanthropic, religious things of that nature. For us in our location, we don't have any direct viewage of our new shop from the road. And so we had put out some temporary signs. They got taken down. We asked why. They said, well, businesses can't put out signage. And so we're just asking that we would, more than happily get a sign permitted, the sign, put it out for 30 days. I just don't have any way to, other than Facebook and Instagram, to let people know the thousands of cars that are going by there every day that I have a shop, that it's open. So that's all I'm asking for, and I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, and we will we'll talk about it and get back with you on that. Okay, up next, Miss Carolyn Brown. Didn't bring us any treats?
Not today. Maybe another time. Hi,
Yeah, give them your name, Carolyn, and
I'm
address.
Carolyn F. Brown, a resident at 1111 May River Road. Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Council, and Mayor and the Council. I've lived in Bluffton all of my life, and I witnessed all of its changes. I've always tried to follow and adhere to the town rules and ordinance, and I'm extremely frustrated right now that it seems like the rule followers get punished and the rule breakers have no or little consequences. I have called the police department many times to come and complain and have met with town staff over property owners who pull trailers in at night, after hours, with no permits, who cut down, I'm talking big trees, oak trees, with no permit, who clear cut trees and build up lots with numerous trucks of sand. It's an indication of a wetland when you gotta put 10 loads of dirt in one spot. Because of this, it builds up the lot and forces water to flood and saturate the neighboring properties. I am asking you all to bring fair. The rule should not apply to some, they should apply to all. What's the incentive to pay permits and follow the rules if other people can bypass the process entirely and not even get a slap on the wrist? Native residents are being pushed out of Bluffton, and the town not enforcing its own rule doesn't help. I shouldn't have to constantly call and email to make the town aware of violation of its own policy. Please, make the playing field fair for everyone. Thank you.
We will follow up with you too, Ms. Frazier. Ms. Brown. Next is Oliver Brown. Can I see him? He's not here. Okay, up next we have Amanda Gopalon. Okay.
Ananta Gopalan, 23 Dovetree Lane, Bluffton. Mayor Toomer and the rest of the town council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you. We moved here about 10 years ago, and the reason we moved is because we came from Northeast. The reason we moved is because it was a beautiful area. There are a lot of lovely trees, and it was not like what you normally see in a suburb in upstate New York or anywhere else, where everything is paved, parking lots, and just concrete jungle. Having said that, however, in the last 10 years, I see that there is a deteriorating condition of quality of life here. What I mean by that is that there is a tremendous explosion of people moving in. Obviously, you can't prevent that, but nevertheless, you have quality of life that is diminishing because the same infrastructure is present, same roads, fewer hospitals, and so where I live, if I want to make a left turn out of Old Miller Road, and it is a challenge. Accidents are waiting to happen. I had proposed making left turn, right turn spurs so that we can avoid having that problem, but it didn't get anywhere. Now I see that the town is interested in annexing some 69 acres or something like that, not near me, but nevertheless, it's an addition. And I think you're all charged with preserving the quality of life. That's why we elect you. However, if you look at all the structures that are being put up, there are no barriers. They just look like up northeast, okay? And it is a shame. It ought to look like what the old town Bluffton looks like, but it is not. So I suspect that there is a financial interest involved in here because generally when you talk about government, there is always special interest. What I'd like to propose to you is that I don't understand. First of all, I don't understand why the town has an incentive to annex 69 acres and put up some kind of a building in there by whomever. What we don't need more buildings. We don't need more shopping centers. We have plenty of them. And I would like the town to put up the crime rate that has gone up in the last 10 years, the traffic accidents, all that are relevant for us to judge whether the quality of life is really deteriorated to the point where, it just looks like a suburb of New York City. So with that, I would like to propose to the town that you put a moratorium for the next 10 years, unless it is a hospital that you are building or something of utility for the general public. We don't need more shopping centers, and we don't need any more restaurants, because a lot of restaurants are closing. And so that's my point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have communications from mayor and council. We'll start with you, Ms. Frazier.
Nothing short of what's already been said in regards to staff and the wonderful job that was done this past week with the opening of our first splash pad. That has been definitely something the community and our children have been able to enjoy. Everyone up here has gotten wet so far, Fred, except for you. But a great job again to everybody, and we all take pride in the fact that we're able to give an asset like that to the community. And we all hear the same frustrations, and we definitely are grateful to those who've come, whether we agree or not, and have made their frustrations known here tonight, knowing that we do listen, we are receptive of that, and we'll do what's in the best interest of not just any one particular group or person, but we do represent everyone in this town, in this community. And it's often said that, which development was the one that took us over the edge, in the sense of everyone always kind of feels it's too much, but at some point that sentiment was stated prior to usually someone making that comment as well. If we go back to Old Town Bluffton, there were dirt roads here, one restaurant, no hotels. A lot of the challenge that we have now, we didn't have, of course, but it has to be a balance, and just ask that everyone be courtesy and respectful of that, and definitely not make the assumption that anyone up here is gaining financially from that, because we all work because we love what we do. We love serving this community, and we certainly don't do it for the money. It is not always an easy task, but we do things in respectful with our UDO and with respectful to the idea that this is a society where we encourage those who are following what those policies are to be able to have an opportunity to do that. So we all have to be mindful to just work together as a community and not be divisive against anyone, and let's make sure we keep facts at the forefront of the table. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Wood?
I do want to follow up, and I've learned in the last 9 years of council service that when people show up, or they stop us on the street, or they call us on the phone, and sometimes come by my house, they want to be heard. They want to be listened to. And so I think everybody up here gets that. We can't always do some of the things that the public thinks we can do. For example, you can't do a 10-year moratorium in the state of South Carolina. But I do believe that people want to be listened to anytime, and all of us are the same. If anybody calls any of us five are willing to meet with anybody just about at any time to sit down and try to work through the issues. That's unanimous up here. But on a lighter note, I want to say that tonight is my 19th anniversary of marriage to my beautiful wife, Debbie, who I hope you're watching right now. You said you would. And today I asked her, I said, why don't we do another 19 years? And she thought about it for a second. She blinked a couple of times, and she said, Dan, You'll be 92. You think you can make it? So anyway, I just love my wife like a lot of people do, and happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, and Councilwoman Frazier, that was all very well said, and I agree with everything you said. It's obvious how many of you care about this town, that's why you're here. And I'm afraid, as was the case back in September, a lot of you came out just because of misinformation that was put out there. So I do hope you'll stay for the part in the meeting in which we will talk about it, so that you can hear and hopefully get a lot of your questions answered, and then share it with others. On another note, with Thanksgiving around the corner, I just thought I'd bring it up that this is a great time to support those in our community who might need a little extra help. And obviously, there are many ways to get involved. So I would encourage all of us to just help those that might need a little extra help. And starting with Bluffton Self-Help is a great place.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton?
I think everything that I've felt from what I heard has already been addressed by my fellow council members. So I don't want to belabor the time by repeating, but it is important that you hear and believe that when you do have concerns and you share it with us, we will act upon it. I truly believe that every council member here represent all of Bluffton. We may not always agree, but we still love and cherish the fact that you gave us the opportunity to serve you. So we will be ears to your concern, and when you have the proper information, it's important as well. So when you do have the proper information or you don't have the proper information, that's probably when you need to be just as cooperative to make sure that you can hear, and so that it's not when you don't trust the government or you don't trust the people because you think there's a special interest. Sometimes I know that's hard, especially in the government of today's politics, but trust that Bluffton still have to be its own place. Bluffton has its own character, its own place of being a community that thrive to help each other. And I think this is probably the only place that I would ever serve is Bluffton. Thank you.
Well said, Fred. I'll reiterate on that. And I want to make a few things clear, too, when we start moving on with our business tonight, that when I was campaigning for this position right here, that it was not in my plans or on my bucket list, but then I thought about it and prayed about it, and I said, well, somebody's got to do it. The water can't talk, the little people can't talk, so that's for me. People told me there were three things that I heard from every group of people all across this town. Said less residential development, better roads, safer roads, and more medical facilities. Hospital, doctor's office, dentist office, all of those, anything related to medical. I said, okay, I heard them loud and clear. And that is mine, and the rest of this council, I feel sure, agree with me. That we hear that. We are on it. We're trying to do all we can, whether it's preserving land to stop development or building something that is needed by the public or wanted by our town. Everyone up here's heart's in the right place, and I can only speak for me. I've never taken a bribe or a buyout or anything from anybody, and God knows I won't start tomorrow either. I'm not that kind of man. So anybody thinks that, like I read some of the things on Facebook, think again. Anyway, thank y'all for being here. I would love to hear your voices and call me. I mean, I tried to return emails and, didn't get responses back in a timely manner. But anyway, we're always here to talk and explain some of the things that you just don't understand sometimes. Okay, next on our agenda is public hearing and final reading of consideration of ordinances that for that certain property owned by Bryant Holding LLC consisting of 2.14 acres more or less located at 30 Davis Road, located to the east of the intersection of Davis Road and Okatee Highway, South Carolina Highway 170, identified by Beaufort County Tax Map number R600-029-2-0028-0000. This is second and final reading. Mr. Card, let's see. Well, this is a public hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so first call for comments on this agenda item, public hearing. Second call for public comment. Third call for public comment. Public comment is closed.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is second reading. There are no changes from first reading. I'm happy to go through the presentation if you like. If not, I do have those motions on the screen. There are two motions, please.
Conversation from council, questions? Reading. So, is there a motion?
I move to approve the second and final reading of the ordinance to amend the Town of Bluffton Comprehensive Plan Blueprint Bluffton to change the Beaufort County.
Read the top part first.
No, you're good.
Okay.
To change the Beaufort County Tax Map number R600-029-000-0028-0000. Future land use destination from suburban living to lifestyle housing.
Is there a second?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
I'm sorry, there are three motions. So this is number two here.
Okay.
I'll make this one. I move to approve the second and final reading of the ordinance for the annexation of the Bryant Holdings LLC consisting of 2.14 acres more or less located at 30 Davis Road, located to the east of the intersection of Davis Road and Okatee Highway, South Carolina Highway 170, and identified by Beaufort County Tax Map number R600-029-0028-0000 into the Town of Bluffton corporate limits.
Second.
Any conversation? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the last motion.
Make the motion, Mayor. I move to approve second and final reading of the ordinance for the zoning map amendment for approximately consisting of 2.14 acres more or less located at 30 Davis Road, located to the east of the intersection of Davis Road and Okatee Highway, SC Highway 170, and identified by Beaufort County Tax Map number R600-029-000-0028, quadruple zero, to rezone said property to the residential general RG district pursuant to the Unified Development Ordinance.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That was too quick. Okay, up next, we have consideration of ordinances related to property owned by Grandy Oaks LLC and University Investments LLC, consisting of 65.592 acres, more or less, located at the southwest corner of the Buckwalter Parkway and Lake Point Drive intersection, and to the west of the retreat at Grandy Oaks and Berry, Beaufort County Tax Map numbers R600-029-0014-0000 portion and R600-029-000-2410-0000. This is public hearing and final reading.
Please bear with me. Sorry about that. Sorry, we didn't have the presentation pulled up. I'll let you. Sorry. Y'all don't look at my password, okay?
I saw it.
My apologies. I was working on this earlier, just needed to,
This is the property at night.
Oh, okay. They're seeing behind the curtain here.
Somebody.
Almost there. Okay, great.
Any,
Let's take a second. There it is.
I can move on with public comment.
Yes, you can.
Any comments or questions from council before we open for public comment? Okay, this is first call for public comment on the current agenda item. Yes, sir. Guess we have the same rules as what our 3 minute. You have 3 minutes as well, sir. You can come up and state your name and address for us.
My name is Jeff Cooper, 331 South Street. I live in the Towns at Buckwalter. Sorry I was a little late, so I didn't get here by 5 o'clock. But I'm glad I get to speak here for a minute. I'm the treasurer of the board for the Towns at Buckwalter. That's kind of ground zero for this whole 5B situation. I don't keep up with all the details and the nitty-gritty of what's going on. I'm a friend and acquaintance and former business person with Mr. Reed. Whatever Mr. Reed does is usually very nice. But I don't think we need to get anywhere close to doing this 5B situation. The county punted on this 2 or 3 times. We got a lot of people out here that are against it. And I'm not saying that development shouldn't be done, but I don't think we need to do it as part of an annexation. I think there should be a serious traffic study done beforehand. I think there should be workshops with the community. At the Towns of Buckwalter, we haven't heard anything. The last I heard was the county punted and that was it, and all of a sudden it's back with the town. So I think
this agenda item is not even pertaining to 5B.
I understand that, but it's the annexation, correct? Which
This annexation has nothing to do with 5B.
okay, well, I think a lot of people might think it may end up being. So, and that's really part of the deal with the government and lack of trust and maybe transparency, because that's what we're opposed to. We don't want $15 million. We don't want all that impervious situation to happen. So I would just say some workshops, maybe some communication between the town and some of the affected communities. So that's all.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else for first call? Second call for public comment on this agenda item. Third call for public comment. Public comment is closed.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. Just as a quick recap, that there are a total of 6 different applications that are before you this evening, as provided in the presentation 2 months ago in front of you. So this is the amendment to the comprehensive plan, amendment to the planned unit development for Buckwalter, 100% annexation, zoning map amendment, an amendment to the development agreement, as well as the PUD concept plan. From a timeline standpoint, this the initial application was submitted November 11th of 2023, so it's been a full year since we started the process for this application. In December, we held our intent to annex. That was your first opportunity to see the application as it was submitted. We held a Planning Commission workshop on May 22nd, then the public hearing with the Planning Commission on July 24th of this year, and then the first reading was in front of you in September. From that first reading, I'm not going to go through each one of these verbatim, but you approved at first reading all the top 4 items that are listed here. And then you had concerns specifically with the Buckwalter Development Agreement and the PUD concept plan, that there were necessary revisions. These are all items that were previously discussed, that we were looking at potential revisions related to language in the document, dealing with the roads, dealing with the timing, dealing with widths of roads. Also, dealing with the connection points and obligations, concerns about land reservation as well as locations and widths. We had concerns about the Bluffton Parkway Access Management Plan. The request was to put as amended in there. And then some of the other items included just the, it was the access plan for the concept plan as well to have. Other items that you were okay with were the extensions of the three, and as well as the applicant with the three access points, the land use chart that was included, and then the draft revisions to the language on the 13th Amendment for the additional rights where it was changed from the 32 acres to the 28. The restrictions on the acreage, the 28 acres, identifying the identifying the wetlands and that they would be covenants and restrictions on those wetlands once completely delineated. No rights, no additional rights could be transferred into or out of the land use tract that was being proposed. So from that, the changes that we had at the second reading, we were able to go back with the applicant. They made the updated changes. So again, the first four items, there was no changes to that. There was no issues. Items 5 and 6, that we felt that they were able to meet these conditions with the documentation that was provided. Just the one thing that we would say is that it would be approved with the conditions, and I've highlighted here is the required frontage road, Lake Point Drive connector, 3 connectors to the parkway shall provide unrestricted access and consist of a minimum of 2 12-foot lanes. All that information was outlined in the staff report, and I have motions here for you. I'm available to go through them. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
We'll look for questions, Ms. Burton.
I have some questions.
You go right ahead.
Kevin, thank you for this. I have a few questions, and I know that most of it, if not, I think all of it was in your presentation, and you covered at the September meeting, but I just want to make a few things very, very clear for everyone here. When was this annexation first brought before town council?
The first time was in, you're asking for the actual date here.
No, I mean.
It was
2020.
2022, 21 was the initial time. And like I said, for this current application was a year ago yesterday.
Okay, so this is, my point being, this is something.
Yes, ma'am.
That is not new.
Yes.
And you just mentioned that the wetlands are being protected by being placed on, or have a deed restriction or be placed in a conservation easement, is that correct?
Yes.
And how many acres is that?
It was a total of the 35.592.
Does this annexation have anything to do with 5B?
No.
Does this annexation at all push 5B through?
No.
The 5B part, the part of 5B that I think most residents have issues with or are worried about tonight, which is the part that connects Buckwalter to Bluffton Parkway, is that currently already in the town?
Is it currently in the town?
That one part from Buckwalter?
There are portions of what would be if.
This is just.
There are portions that are in the town, yes.
I just want to make the point that this annexation has absolutely nothing to do with 5B, and this is not at all pushing 5B through. Are we allowing any more density in the town than they currently have by right in the county?
No.
When the developer has completed his master plan, will it have to come back to Planning Commission and Town Council?
Yes.
And at that time, will they have to have had completed a traffic impact analysis?
Yes.
I think those are all my questions for now. I personally believe that this annexation agreement actually protects this land from what could happen if it did stay in the county. I think by bringing it into the town, we control the development and what goes there versus leaving it up to the county. this town or this land is going to be developed one way or another. And if it's not in the town, it's going to be developed in the county. And so I think by protecting the wetlands, by putting those in some sort of deed restriction, and us, it having to come back before us actually is what is truly best for the town.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton?
Ms. Burton, I appreciate your clarity in those facts, and hopefully you answered a lot of questions. I want to reiterate that I believe our staff will do a much better job of overseeing this project than it would be done in the county. So, again, this is going to be a development that's going to take place whether we put our hands and pulse on it or we allow it to go to the county and let them make their judgment. And I think we have a better ordinance and rules and guidelines to guide this process, so it is a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
I think I applaud your clarity, Emily. It's wonderful. Perfect. Just as a sidebar, by rights, there were 53 residential units that could have come into the town, but the town elected not to bring the 53 units in, residential rooftops, and they're going to build them anyway. So that's kind of the issue that we've been dealing with the whole time is we would rather drive the bus than ride the bus. The other thing that played into this, and Kevin, help me if I get this incorrect, was once this becomes a part of a larger development agreement, the only way any residential rooftops can move from the existing rights that the developer has to this side of the annexation would require a 20% affordable housing portion attached to it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was something that would not have happened if it had stayed in the county.
Correct.
Okay. So that either makes the decision to move any potential residential units by the developer, I think up to 96 with potential left on the books, to shift over to this side, probably makes that a little distasteful for the developer. So I think the 20% affordable housing application that we've attached to this is we win if they do it, and we win if they don't do it. So just wanted clarity on that as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just want to commend them. Oh, I'm sorry, Bridget, you're next.
Right, you almost forgot about me.
I almost did.
Just wanted to echo the sentiments, especially thank Councilman Burton in asking those questions that I know many are concerned about here tonight. And, we all have concerns about where we live, especially those who are in areas that they believe will be impacted by the annexation of this project. And just want to remind everyone, we are often told of government's responsibility and definitely are made aware of instances where we fail and don't live up to our expectations. But as a general public, there's a responsibility as well to not give in to hysteria and misinformation when it's being spread, because it's certainly a disservice for the work that's done when it comes to issues like this, ensuring that we are doing what's in the best interest of the public, but it takes away from your time as well. And we just implore everyone, when we do have instances or any concerns that you have, please be responsible in the sense of ensuring the information you're giving is factual, has been substantiated. And we have a great staff here that has an open door policy. If there's any concern that anyone has when they see an agenda item or even before it becomes an agenda item, if you happen to see something coming up on your roadway because you see one of our little stakes inside or on the side of the road, feel free to reach out to someone and set up a meeting to come in and get some of those questions that you may have answered. And that way you're not only limited to something that someone may have told you that may or may not be truthful. Thank you.
And I just want to end up with Say thank you to all of y'all, all of council, everyone made their points, and Emily, you led it with the same way that I like to do it. Ask a question, you get an answer, a truthful answer. Right now, we're being filmed, it's on, you can look at this 20 or 30 years from now and find out who said what. Sometimes people say, well, why does Bluffton want to annex property? I didn't get this for a while. Because I was always saying, no, Bluffton's big enough. Then it was brought to my attention, the property that's in when you cross the road, you're in Bluffton, then you're out of Bluffton. Everything that we work so hard for and try to make nice, such as our parks, our playgrounds, the splash pad we just opened last week, the barn park at New Riverside that we're, $15 million project for our kids and families, all the good things that we do. If you live in the county and you live within a mile or two, you're using all of our facilities anyway. You know what I mean? You're not going to go to Beaufort County somewhere, park, if you live that close to Bluffton. You're going to use everything that's good in the town of Bluffton anyway. So it makes no sense for us not, and especially if it's commercial property, that does bring a service, such as medical, that's all I've been hearing. If it brings a service to our residents and keeps them off the road for 10 miles going to Hilton Head, Hardyville, or wherever they got to go, they live here, and there's medical facilities 5 minutes from their house, who knows? That might even save a few lives. So it makes sense for the town. If there is any tax benefit in this, that helps keep our residents and our young people's taxes where they can afford to live here. Because if it was just residential property in the town of Bluffton, it would be so expensive that half of us couldn't live here, and I'm one of those. So remember, there's a lot more to the book than just the first page and the last page. There's a lot of things inside that you have to think about. Thank you. Okay, is there a motion?
I move to approve. Are we doing with conditions or?
If I may, so items 1 through 4 are approved as submitted, and then if you so choose, items 5 and 6 I've underlined to approve with conditions. So I apologize, I should have just put it as the approved, but 1 through 4 would be approved.
And the others would be with conditions?
Yes.
Gotcha. I move to approve second and final reading of the ordinance for the amendment of the Town of Bluffton Comprehensive Plan Blueprint Bluffton to change Beaufort County tax map numbers R6000290002484 000, R6000290002486 0000, also R600-029 0000014 0000 and R600-029 0002410 0000. Future land use designation from suburban living to neighborhood center.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Okay. Now we got to go through this next one, right?
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'll make this
Yeah,
motion
we can just make those motions.
since it's short. Kevin, I want to be sure that I clearly understood what you said a moment ago. It's the amendments that you had given us. Those conditions are referring to number 5 and number 6. Is that correct?
Yes, for the conditions will be on 5 and 6.
5 and 6,
So
okay.
for number 2, if you so choose, it would just be approved.
So, I move to approve second and final reading of the ordinance for the amendment of the Buckwalter Plan Unit Development Text to incorporate provisions for a new land use tract to be known as the Grande Oaks Common Land Use Tract.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Again, for item number 3, if you so choose, would be approve.
Is there a motion?
Too many zeros. I move final reading of the ordinance for the annexation of Grandy Oaks property consisting of 65.529 acres, more or less, located at the southwest corner of Walter Parkway and Lake Point Drive intersection, and to the west of the retreat of Grandy Oaks in Berrien, Beaufort County, tax map numbers R600-029-000, 2484-0000, R600-029-000-2486-0000, R600-029-000-0014-0000, and R600-029-000-2410-0000 in the town of Bluffton corporate limits.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Is there a motion for number 4? It's a short one.
I'll do it. I move to approve second and final reading of the ordinance for the amendment of the zoning map amendment for approximately 65.592 acres more or less located at southwest corner of the Buckwalter Parkway and Lake Point Drive intersection and to the west of the retreat at Grandy Oaks in Berrien, Beaufort County tax map numbers R600-029-000-2484-0000, R600-029-000-2486-0000, R600-029-000-0014-0000, and R600-029-000-2410-0000 as Buckwalter Plan Unit Development.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Good morning. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
No, I'll make that motion.
Let me get started.
Numbers on it, zeros.
I move to approve with conditions, second and final reading of the ordinance for the amendment to the Buckwalter Development Agreement to add the following provisions. Add detailed language to the 13th Amendment document for the following. Require the frontage road, Lake Point Drive connector, and 3 connectors to the Bluffton Parkway shall provide unrestricted access and consist of a minimum of 2 12-foot lanes.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. That's unanimous. And the last one more. All right.
I move with conditions, second and final reading of the ordinance for the amendment of the Buckwalter Development Agreement to add the following provisions. Add detailed language to the 13th Amendment document for the following.
That's the same one, isn't it?
No.
Yes, it is the same information.
Okay.
So it's the same condition for both items.
I got you. Sorry.
Sorry about
Required frontage road, Lake Point Drive connector, and 3 connectors to the Bluffton Parkway shall provide unrestricted access and consist of a minimum of 2 12-foot lanes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. That's unanimous.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Now the work starts. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll move on to formal agenda items. Consideration of ordinance authorizing a lease agreement with Bright Beginnings Academy, LLC, to provide a child care facility within a town-owned property. Second and final reading, Mr. Forrester, Assistant Town Manager.
This is the one. You guys have it.
think Kevin did that upstage, so Chris went upstage his presentation. Shame on you, Kevin.
I know, that's okay. It's always my fault.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the second and final reading, and there was a few things that we updated based on comments from council after first reading. We added provision to prohibit indirect transfers of ownership and control right beginnings or subleasing, that was also added in there, without landlord's consent, so that provision was added. We also added a requirement, tenant must qualify for the SC voucher program, and that's a key foundational component of providing low-income childcare seats. And then added a lease guarantee. So those are some of the material changes that happened since first reading, based on the feedback we heard. If you have no questions, this is the motion for second and final reading.
They were not material changes, they were just taking into consideration items that council pointed out and staff worked on from the first reading.
Correct. Discussion from council, questions? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve second and final reading of an ordinance authorizing the town manager to enter into a commercial lease agreement with an owner-operator of a curriculum-based childcare facility at a reduced rental rate, so long as a commercial lease agreement does not materially differ from what was presented herein.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay. Up next, we have the approval of the Art Committee recommendation to award a public art commission at Squire Pope Welcome Center to Bradley Scholl for the fiscal impact of $30,800. Mr. Forrester.
All right, good evening. So this is the second public art item coming to you. This is the first of a large dollar amount. First was the bus wrap, which you all were at the unveiling for. Here's a little bit of background. So in October of 22, the public art policy was approved by council. The following year, in September 23, the first meeting of the public art committee was held. We approved a 50-person roster of artists after a public solicitation of artists to add to an artist roster, and this is one of the objectives that was outlined in the public art policy. And that occurred in April. In June, we had an open call for art at Squire Pope Welcome Center. This is to identify a public art commission to be located at Recreation Park in front of the Squire Pope Welcome Center. And then in September, the recommendation to award the approved came from the Public Art Committee in the September 24th of 2024 meeting. Just a quick overview of the purpose based on the public art policy that you all approved, and is to raise public awareness of the impact of public art and its cultural and economic contributions. This includes sustaining jobs, promoting the town's identity and civic pride, attracting visitors, and developing vibrant creative spaces. The first bullet of the purpose section includes establish a diverse collection of public artworks, which is what we are working on. So overview of the call. Again, the location was at Wright Family Park at the Squire Pope Welcome Center. The medium was open to interpretation, so they were able to provide whatever they interpreted for the space as a proposal. We did have size parameters put on it. We did not want it to overshadow some of the historic pieces of the building. So no more than 6 feet in diameter and no more than 4 feet tall. We did not define, or the committee did not define a theme, but that it should evoke the location that it's going to be placed in. The ballpark budget we put in the call was not to exceed $65,000. We also provided some history of the property and pictures to help inspire the artists in their proposals. The criteria for selection, these are the criteria that are in the approved policy that you all adopted, and that is aesthetic quality and artistic merit. We're trying to identify original works of art, so that's a big piece of it, and the quality of the artwork is important for consideration. Obviously, placement and sitting, how we will sit within those public spaces, the fabrication, handling, and installation, making sure that they will stand the elements. whatever maintenance requirements are required so that we can make sure we factor that into our staff's maintenance schedules, and then considering liability and safety of the public. The committee recommendation, there was 4 proposals reviewed by the committee. The committee unanimously recommended the submittal from Brandy Shaw with the additional recommendation that the engraved river in the base of it be of neutral color. And I'll have Brandy come up and give a 5-minute overview of her proposal so you can get to see it and what it was about and what inspired her in creating that. And the overall cost estimate with her submission was $38,000 and a timeline of approximately 3 months. So Brandy, I believe she.
Hello. I'm really excited to present today and kind of show you the idea I came up with for this public art design.
She don't scroll down.
Okay.
Oh, you use just the arrow key. Just arrow to the right.
There we go. So I'm going to give a brief summary of the project narrative. This sculpture, inspired by Bluffton's vision statement, encapsulates the town's rich history and enduring charm through its innovative design. The centerpiece is a stainless steel, highly reflective sphere, symbolizing the connection between Bluffton's past and present. Laser cut into the sphere is an intricate line drawing that highlights the natural beauty of the area, honors the Wrights family legacy, and celebrates the cultural heritage of the Gullah Geechee people. This reflective surface of the sphere captures the surrounding landscape and those who engage with it, creating a dynamic interaction that changes with time, light, and perspective. Mounted on a round concrete slab etched with an aerial map of the May River, the sculpture bridges history and modern life, inviting viewers to experience Bluffton's essence, a place where nature, community, and history converge in harmony. This is a 2-part design. It is 6 feet across and 4 feet tall. The first part is the concrete slab of May River. I chose an aerial view of May River for this purpose because historically the May River was the source of much of Bluffton's trade, food, and travel over the years. The actual carving will be about 1/2 inch deep with a hole in the center for the steel sphere support structure. I'm wanting to add along the outer edge the town's vision statement or suggestions from the public if we want to get community engagement. My suggestion would be the town's vision statement. They said neutral color for this, so that was just an additional color option, was if they wanted to have it be a little bit more visible, then a blue is an option. And then in the corner there is an example of a past piece I've done with the carving style in the concrete. The second part is the hollow steel sphere. This steel sphere is an alloy that is specifically used for coastal areas, and it's highly resistant to corrosion and rust. It's going to have a mirror polished surface, kind of like if you guys know the bean in Chicago, it's going to be that high polish, which will reflect the surrounding area really beautifully. It's going to have a laser cut drawing that wraps around the entire sphere to create a 360-degree image so that you can walk around the piece and be engaged with it. This is an example of like a rough sketch of the type of drawing that I'm going to be doing. It includes a lot of Bluffton's natural flora and fauna, including pelicans, seagulls, dolphins, shrimp boats, fishermen. But one of the main things I wanted to include are 2 important images. The first being a Gullah Geechee man throwing a traditionally made cast net, and Mary Morris Wright and her granddaughter Louisa Harrison. So when I was initially coming up with the design, I went to the park just to kind of see the space and any ideas I could get. And one of the things I realized when I was there was there were always children playing, dogs being walked, a lot of just really common things that you would see throughout the ages. And when I was walking around, I saw a little sign that was explaining what, the actual history of the area. And I saw this image of Mary Morris Wright and Louisa Harrison back in 1977, and I loved it because even though that was a while ago, you still see that same thing today when you go and check it out. So I wanted to go ahead and honor the family by adding that in, and also because it's something you commonly see when you go and view it now. And I also wanted to make sure there was some Gullah Geechee representation because the Gullah Geechee people brought and established a rich heritage of African cultural traditions to the Low Country, including crafts taught for many generations, such as castanets, basket weaving, textile arts. So including a man throwing a castanet, for me, was very important to add culturally to this piece. Installation, it's going to be a structural, interior structure. So the steel is going to have a welded tube structure, and it's going to have a base plate that connects underneath the concrete. So it's going to go through the concrete to stabilize it. As far as maintenance goes, it will need to be polished 1 to 2 times a month, maybe more in the high season if there's like lots of kids touching it. But it's just Windex and a polishing cloth. Doesn't take very long. And then the concrete slab will need to be washed, pressure washed about 1 to 2 times a year. So my favorite part about this design is the public engagement aspect. Because the surface is so polished, it'll reflect its surroundings, creating an elegant, non-obstructive public art design with a little bit of a modern flair. It encourages people to interact with the sphere, taking photos, touching. Children would be one of my favorite things. I imagine kids finding all the little animals and little bits of hidden gems, kind of like a Where's Waldo situation. And the phrase along the outer edge of the concrete, it kind of motivates people to circle the piece, experience all sides, and really just engage with it. It's structurally safe, and most importantly, it encourages education and conversations about Bluffton and its history. And that's all.
Questions from council? Bridget?
Beautiful job. When I saw the presentation initially, like as an artist, you really captured so many of the elements of not just the region, but Bluffton in there, and it's obvious you were very attentive to that. So kudos to you on that. It's absolutely beautiful. I know you mentioned the maintenance on it in terms of keeping it polished. I have a question and concern of, let's say something happens to it and it's damaged. Is it something that would require like a complete replacement of it, or is the material made to where you would be able to kind of like go in to that particular place, maybe if something is, an object is launched at it and it breaks or what have you? Like, do we have considerations given to what would happen in that event? Maybe it's not something you could answer, but maybe something we could think of.
That is something to be thought about in depth. I do think that this steel is fairly strong as far as durable with anything hitting it. However, if damage was something that happened, I would imagine it can be fixed in sections where you can like cut out the part and then match a piece to weld back in and polish. But I would probably want to discuss that a little bit more in depth with other engineers.
Thank you.
I commend you. When I read your narrative, I was like, wow, you put a lot of thought into this. You were extremely creative. You tried to capture the whole history of Bluffton, even the little tricycle there, with the Wright Family Park. You've got it all, the Gullah Geechee culture, everything. I for one, remember, and I haven't lived here as long as everybody at this table, but when I came here, Bluffton was an artsy community, extremely artsy community. Most of the places on Calhoun Street were full of art shops. Our potter, Jacob Preston, was pretty well renowned, and he brought a lot of tourism just by pitching his clay. And I hate to see that he's not there any longer in the shop. I own a lot of his pottery, frankly, and I'm sure others do as well. I have always wanted to see us expand into the art world. I think that when we take a business trip, we go to Greenville, I'm just in awe of the art community that they've established. And I know it's a larger city compared to us, but I remember, I guess it was a year ago, I was with, I'm on the LOCOG board, and we have an annual meeting in Myrtle Beach every year, and the whole thing was about cities with art, and some of them were smaller than our town, and I sent a lot of that information to Chris to share with him. Some of them turned them into huge week-long festivals because they were so renowned with their art community. So I think it adds a whole new element to Bluffton. We were always kind of eccentric and quirky, and so I have long waited to see us take a public art position, and so I like what you did. The only other question, she made me think of this, and, you know, God forbid, you know, you never can tell what will happen, but I would imagine this piece of art, if graffiti got on it, can be polished right off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the thing I like about that too. So,
Yeah,
again, I commend you. You put a lot of thought into this. You're young, so I expect to see other great things from you in the future.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Hamilton? Questions, comments?
Yes. Did you say this is steel or aluminum?
Steel, stainless steel.
So stainless steel.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it's hurricane season, and we know we're gonna get hit.
Everything's gone but the ball.
Pretty much.
Can we build a barricade to protect it?
Could you explain what you mean by that?
Can we build something around it so that debris from trees or what have you couldn't damage it?
To be permanently placed around?
No, just for the season, just when we know we're gonna be hit.
I don't see why not. You're building some kind of barrier that can be, you know, welded or, screwed into the actual concrete. That can be put into the actual concrete design if we want to add along the outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's an idea that can be talked about.
I agree with sentiments so far. I think you did a lot of great collaboration in your thoughts to try to give Bluffton is a view from a ball. So I'm pleased with your product, and hopefully the community will see it as a jewel as well.
I commend you. I know that you put in a lot of work. I think your sketch is beautiful. I do struggle a little bit with, I think, the size of it and the stainless steel. I just think, I don't know, I know art is so subjective, but to me, the town has done such a beautiful job renovating the house, and the park is beautiful, and I think the stainless steel and the size of it, and then the cost of it, I'm struggling a little bit with. So your design is beautiful, the sketch and all of that, but I'm not sure that I can be in favor of this, just because I do think it takes away a little bit from the house itself with the placement of it and in the park.
Anything else?
I have a couple of questions. How much does it weigh?
I'm not sure, but I can give you an answer at a later date.
Okay. That'd be easier to move it than it would be to build something around it that's just stronger than it, even though I don't think it's gonna get, the tree's not gonna hurt it, I wouldn't think. When you were first started with the concrete etching, I love what you did there where you put the river. Looking at this rendering, it looks like the ball's sitting in the river and you can't see what the river is. Or is that just the angle that we're looking at?
You're right.
That was mostly a Photoshop rendering on my part, and I did the best I could. Let me see. So the design can shift, and I can modify the design however I see fit as far as if you're worried about it being overshadowed. I
was just saying, if the ball's gonna cover it up and you can't see the river, we don't need to pay for a river. You know what I mean? If you can't see it. But then again, it sits on a pedestal, right? A shaft? Or does it sit all the way?
The shaft?
It's got a shaft.
Yeah, so
The shaft is in the concrete.
yeah, and the shaft, that can actually be modified in height. So if we want it to be a little higher and have the ball a little bit smaller, that's completely doable.
Yeah, I was just, you know, the river, I think it's a great idea. I think that really adds a lot of character to it. And I was even gonna, it's probably tacky to you artists, but, you know, it's like you are here somehow. You know, where you go,
Yeah, like a,
this
like
is,
a little
you know, on the
star.
river, where you're right on the river, so that people can relate the river to the map, to where they're standing. I don't know how you would do that, but I'm sure you're smart enough to figure something out.
Yes, and when I was doing the river design, I tried to have the river more on the outside edge of the sphere, of the concrete slab, just specifically for that, so that it would be visible.
Right. Okay. Anything else from council?
I like your point. If you can't do it, then I don't think we need to hide it, so.
No need to pay to have it done if you can't see it, is what I was trying to say. Anything else from council? Is there a motion?
I make the motion. Before I do, one question, Chris. I'm assuming you heard what council said, and y'all will go back and discuss that and try to figure out how to incorporate what the majority was looking for. So, okay. I make a motion to approve the Public Art Committee recommendation to award the Public Art Commission's at Squire Pope Welcome Center to Brandy Shoal, fiscal impact of $30,800.
Is there a second?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
4-1, Ms. Burton. Okay. We go, next thing, consideration of ordinance related to certain property owned by Rose Kitty and Feral Gas Inc., consisting of a total of 1.38 acres, more or less, located at 328, 330, and 332 Buck Island Road, identified by Beaufort County Tax Map numbers R6100000016000038, 328 and 330 Buck Island Road, and R610039000018C0000 at 332 Buck Island Road. This is first reading, Mr. Icard.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council again. As you stated, we are here for a rezoning request for a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezoning request for properties off of Buck Island Road. This request came to us June of this year. The two property owners, Miss Kitty as well as Feral Gas, have requested to rezone the properties. As you said, it's the 1.3 acres. Part of this request is the amendment to the comp plan for the land use designation of that suburban living to neighborhood center. Officially, the property for the zoning map would be changed from what is currently residential general to a light industrial zoning district. The Planning Commission approved or made a recommendation to approve to council for both amendments. From a project location, I've highlighted the two properties here on the map. You can see it's just up from RSI where the split for Buck Island Road is. There's the aerial of it. This property has been, this property was annexed into the town in 2006, 2007, and was given, it was already established, the uses were already established on the property, and it was given a residential general zoning district to that. At that time, that should not have happened. It should have been zoned an industrial use just because of the nature of the uses that were there. So this is something that we've been aware of for some time. When we did the Buck Island Simmonsville neighborhood plan, that was one of the items that was listed from the land use aspect, that an actual item that we wanted to make sure that was updated. So that's why we're here this evening. So we're following the process. We have our neighborhood plan, which clearly identifies that these the uses that are listed there are not consistent with the zoning. So let's change the zoning to what it should be. So that's why we're here. Again, going from that suburban living, which is intended for the low density density, single family to that neighborhood center, which provides and is consistent with the adjacent properties, such as the RSI and Rayco, which is across Simmonsville Road. Also from the zoning map, we would go from that residential general to that light industrial designation. The review criteria listed here, as well as in your staff report, happy to go through them, but they are all consistent with the comprehensive plan amendment, as well as the zoning map amendment portion. From the step standpoint, you can see we started in June. We've gone through Planning Commission workshop, the public hearing for Planning Commission. We're here this evening for a first reading, and tentatively we'll bring this back with a second reading if we move forward. Your actions this evening is you could approve the application as submitted, approve with any amendments, or to deny the request. Happy to answer any questions, and I have motions available for you.
Questions from council, Ms. Burton?
No questions. I just want to make sure, again, since I'm trying to make things crystal clear tonight, this is just kind of correcting a little wrong. This property has been used commercial.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton?
I think I may have asked this question, still can't balance. Why are we doing them together, the two properties together? Why are they not on, stand on their own request individually? As well as Ms. Kitty.
Well, it's a joint application. So you can rezone multiple properties in one fell swoop. Both property owners signed the application. It's no different from the annexation request that we had, where University Investments was one property owner and Grandy Oaks 2 LLC was the other property owner that was associated with that request.
They came and asked for this, correct?
Yes.
They're out.
Yes.
It should have never been zoned the
Correct.
way it was.
No, that's not my question. I'm just saying, I think Fair Gas should be asking to be changed their zoning separately, and Ms. Kitty should be changing hers separately. Putting them together, to me, is confusing, but if that's legal,
Yes,
then,
the application was joint
Yes.
okay,
by Ms. Kitty and Fairway.
okay.
I think it was more so done, just showing like solidarity together as where she is or how she's zoned. Technically, the little commercial strip that she has in a daycare isn't approved for that area. And, coming in with Fair, where they're going to the, light industrial designation, she's going to the neighborhood general one that does allow for that.
Hers is going to the light industrial as well, so both properties are in the light
But
industrial.
anything's allowed in light industrial.
Correct.
Right,
Anything
and that
you
was
wanna do.
currently.
Yes.
So it makes their property
Yeah.
more conforming. Dan?
I'm good.
Questions?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad to see this coming up, and we've got more to do with other non-conforming zonings. Is there a motion?
I move to approve an amendment to the Town of Bluffton Comprehensive Plan, Blueprint Bluffton, to amend the said properties from the future land use destination of suburban living to neighborhood center. And,
There's going to be two motions. That's the first motion.
yeah, and I move.
We need a second.
Should I get a second first?
Yes, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
We need to take a vote?
We should move forward on that,
Okay.
yes.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 And I move to approve an amendment to the Town of Bluffton official zoning map to rezone the subject properties from residential general district to light industrial district.
Is there a second?
So,
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Great, thank you.
All right, where were we at?
number 4,
Four, right?
4 soliciting.
I lost track here. All right, consideration and direction of amendment amendments to the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances. First reading, Mr. Kevin Eckhart.
Great, thank you. As you remember, I was in front of you last month with a workshop for both the mobile vending as well as the short-term rental applications, ordinances. We're here. So we're going to do the first one, which was was dealing with the mobile vending. As you remember, that we approved the mobile vending ordinance in 2017. And that's the allowed locations, hours of operations, permitting process, and other miscellaneous items that we've had specifically for food trucks. And then in 2021, business license requirements had changed, and the goal is that we actually aligned the ordinances to that May 1st of each year. So this application for the amendments is to align the mobile vending permit application with business license calendar, update the information from what was DHEC to now Department of Agriculture. We amended that fire safety requirements that was provided in the staff report, as well as to include the section that regulates the violations and penalties.
Questions from council? Or you, oh, I thought.
No, yeah, here. Just from a standpoint, we're here this evening for the first reading, and if you have any questions, and I have a motion available for you.
I have questions.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I brought up the concern of the fees that we were charging mobile vendors. Stephen did respond in the email, but didn't give me enough clarity that we was probably charging more for mobile vending than our county communities. So have staff look into that and try to make some fairness to that?
Yeah, let me get to the right one here. Bear with me. Yeah, so we're, as of right now, we charge the $400. Beaufort County, they have it based off of their revenue. City of Beaufort is at $200. Port Royal does not charge a fee with this. And then Hilton Head, there's no fee from the business license, but the fire department does issue decals for their trucks. Greenville, we wanted to make sure we got both regional and then looked at other places. They charged $500 and then $100 for carts. And then for Myrtle Beach, the charge by location, first location was $150, and then $25 for each additional locations. So, we could, if you feel that's consistent, if you'd like to propose the changes, what we can do is that during the, when the master fee schedule comes about, we would start that at the new fiscal year. That would be the time for that clean break, and then we can make sure to adjust that accordingly. So by changing the ordinance right now, that's not affecting the fee. We would have time to adjust the fee when you go through the budget process.
Okay, well, let's talk about adjusting the fee. I know that's not what we're doing tonight, but I was hoping that, and I did look at Greenville. Greenville doesn't have some of the restrictions that we have for food trucks. We don't allow food trucks in certain distance of a motor building. We don't allow food trucks in the Old Town. So Greenville would give them more access to profits and so those fees of $500 probably would be easy to absorb. So let's be Bluffton, not Greenville. And let's be Bluffton, not Hilton Head or Beaufort. So let's try to figure out how we can stand on our own merits. I know there's always time to compare if you don't know how to give some kind of guidance. I trust that. But I still want to be, I still want to have Bluffton have his own identity.
Comment from Ms. Bird?
Well, I would, I don't have a food truck, but Councilman Frazier do, and I want to hear her opinion. I mean, I don't plan to get a food truck either, but I want to know someone that's trying to.
Just in case you think you do, you want a price cheap. I know.
Exactly. Can you
Any
share
questions?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I have no questions. I just agree that I would love to look at our permitting fees for not just this one, but for
Yeah, just into what Council Hamilton said, I think Bluffton was a trend starter when it came to regulating food trucks and making that pathway for other cities to model. I think it would be good to revisit it only because Councilman Wood has mentioned before, like our short-term rental permitters and owners pay less for their permit fee than when food truck owners pay, because I think short-term rentals is what, like $325. So to make it comparable, at least where I think before our fee just came from like what was thought to have been good at the time because there wasn't anything to compare it to be able to just visit it, whether it's a need to have a workshop or just council's input. I think in looking at our counterparts, it'd be nice to have a fair thing if we're not in a state that makes it comparable, to just make those adjustments.
What, if you'd like, what we can do is, and I'm putting more work on finance department right now, is to have that workshop and not just the short-term rental or the mobile vending, if there are any other potential fees that you'd like to look at, then that's something that we can recalibrate.
Privilege, I think you're putting a lot of into it for a workshop. I think that's a lot of energy and time, and because I think all we have to do is council, if you want to bring back the council, I think council can give some recommendation based on staff doing their research, but.
Well, I agree. I just said like if that was, like I'm not the only one making that decision. I was saying if it's council or if it was a need to feel it was deemed of a workshop, be whatever the majority.
Dan,
Yeah, I think the focus right now is on the fee. I mean, not only that, but the, cleaning up the amendment to the ordinance. But, so when the master fee comes up, which is the appropriate time, which is when we go into the budget process, I think council would like to revisit the fee of that particular item being the food trucks, not universal of everything. And if so, we can have that discussion at that time.
Stephen, you were trying to say something?
I was just going to say, Chris is going to be doing some fee assessment as part of the start of the budget process, so we can ask him to add this one onto the list for ones that we will review and make recommendations for as we get into the budget process for next year.
And I want to remind everybody too, I think we discussed this when we first started allowing food trucks. One of the reasons,
Everyone's beeping.
one of the reasons that the fee was set, if I remember correctly, is there was food trucks that our local food trucks don't want food trucks coming from Beaufort, Savannah and all that and setting up in Bluffton. So it was done somewhat as a, if they didn't have a business license here, and I don't know if that affected the fee of it or if it was a business license, period. If they had to buy a $400 business license, then they'd probably stay in their own backyard instead of coming over here and taking business away from the already established trucks here.
And that's separate because food truck
I remember
owners,
something about
food truck
that.
owners they pay their business licenses separate from a permit fee, so they're two separate fees.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're required to also have a business license.
Yes, you have to have a business license, and then you have to have a mobile vending permit.
How much is the mobile vending permit?
That's the $400.
Okay,
So, yes.
and the business licenses?
Based on your growth.
Now, food trucks that are associated with a special event, that's separate.
The event takes care of that.
Yes.
Okay, so
we have guidance for future fee issues, and then this evening we have for the ordinance for the actual text.
yeah, that's just aligning the due
Yes, sir.
dates.
Okay.
So we need a Any more discussion from council? Need a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve the ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Businesses and Business Regulations, Article 3, Soliciting and Mobile Vending as presented.
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We on 5 now?
Yes.
Number 5, consideration and direction of amendments to the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances. First reading. You're up again, Kevin.
Yes, sir. Promise
3
this is the
minutes.
last item. Okay, 3 minutes, you got it. All right, we're here this evening for the short-term rental. This is the first reading. We did bring this in front of you for a workshop at the last meeting. Some of the items that I'll just go to it is the aligning the short-term rental permit with the business license calendar, similar to what we just talked about. Updating that the language that refers to DHEC and change it to the Department of Agriculture, as well as adding a section of the violations and penalties. Again, first reading this evening, potentially bring this back to you. Second reading, I'm available to answer any questions, and I have a motion if you so choose.
Any questions? Mr. Hamilton?
If I rent my unit for a yearly contract, is that considered short-term rental?
No, sir, that's long-term rental, so you would need a business license for a long-term rental.
What is the fee, what's the fee associated with business?
It starts at $50. Yep. And then you do have to pay H-tax.
Not for long.
I'm sorry, A-tax, wrong one.
Long-term rental,
Sorry.
just on short. Only short-term.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Short-term.
Just on
It's
short term.
$50 then plus,
Yeah.
based on revenues.
Yes.
And that's
Sorry about that.
pretty much universal, I think, because I have to pay one at Port Royal as well.
Yes.
So,
Any other questions from anybody? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Businesses and Business Regulations, Article 5, Short-Term Rental Units as presented.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on now to our consent agenda. Is there anything that anybody would like to remove or discuss on our consent agenda? Hearing nothing. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Is there a motion to move into executive session?
So,
Need to make.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, is there a motion to move into executive session for personnel matters regarding town council appointments, boards, committees, and commissions? Pursuant to Freedom of Information Act, A 30-4-70, A1. And discussions relating to arrangements for proposed land acquisition in the area of Goatee Road and Buckwalter PUD pursuant to the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act 30-4-70A2. And thirdly, legal and personnel matters related to the receipt of legal advice regarding police department personnel pursuant to South Carolina Freedom of Information Act 30-4-70A12. Is there a motion?
I move that we go into executive session for those matters.
Okay. Is there a second? We are in executive session.
motion to appoint the following to the town's boards, commissions, and committees with all terms starting November 13th, 2024 and expiring June 30th, 2027. Michael Garibaldi to the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, Amy Aldana to the Board of Zoning Appeals, Theodosia Major to the Public Arts Committee, and Ray Pringle to the Wall of Honor Committee.
Second. Any questions, any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We are.